All right, we are live. Let's see who's in. Nobody yet. All right. Going to be a little crispy this week, but it feels good. It's about 82, 83 degrees today, so it feels kind of nice. And I take advantage of it because I know in like another month, 6 weeks, you guys are going to hear me chimping about the weather. It's cold, it's raining, blah, blah, blah. We know, Rosie, we go through this 14 years on YouTube. You turn into a whining, sniveling simp chimping about the weather. Yeah, I get it. How you doing, Ronnie? What's up, Dr. Franklin? We're talking about chimping on social media today. I got a sad case to discuss, I guess because I've been on social media a long time. Somebody's got a problem with their kid just lost a job because of simping on social media about Charlie Kirk and all that, and actually made it to one of the highlight reels for one of the big time YouTube people. Picked up on the chimping on TikTok and incorporated that in. We'll be talking to that today because she's, it's like, should I pay for a lawyer to sue the company? And I'm like, you know what? You do better just to keep your money in your pocket, okay? I don't want to sound cold, but when your little baby got hired for that job, they got a packet of shit to sign, and somewhere within the 14 or 15 pages of material that they gave you or to look over, there's probably something in there that says, we monitor social media and we reserve the right to terminate you if we believe your online conduct violates our guidelines and is a poor representation of our company. Hey, I get it. And then what comes back immediately and slams me in the face? Okay, it was useless to write you. I knew you would take the company's. Okay, we knew that you would be the company's shill. You right-wing mother. It's like you don't understand the free speech aspect of this, and I'm like, well, maybe you don't understand the free speech aspect of it, right? I mean, it's not. A lot of people have been continuously confused for years. People that would get their YouTube channels terminated would immediately start up another channel, and people would rush to the sidelines. Oh, it's unfair. You're supposed to have freedom of speech in America. Yeah, it's a overarching principle of America. But we also have private organizations and private corporations that are allowed to set their own rules and guidelines for the proper conduct of their business. And their rights are upheld, and full disclosure, as long as they give you full disclosure in the packet of materials that you chose to never read, then they're covered by whatever we're going to tear into that today because the consequences are severe, especially in this job market. All right, we're going to tear into that today. Please give it thumbs up. I had to quit Twitter. Just got to eat it for me. How you doing, Kelly? Nice getting Wiggins, employers. Yeah, the Ravens did all right. Flying to town's good. Not on problem. That's right. We're going to talk about this. We're going to get into this, and I'm going to try once again for the 14th year to make this crystal clear to people. Everybody is simping, simping USA. Don't be a simp. Yeah, I've been called a, woman called me a simp. Like, what the hell? You know, you don't, you tell people they just can't stand to hear truth these days, especially, some of these kids must be so spoiled. They're spoiled. They got their parents all wrapped around them. And boy, if you try to correct somebody, it's like, forget about it. You're a simp. Okay, I'm simping. All right, we'll talk about it a bit. Let's get up to, let's get parked here. We got burgers and hot dogs. This guy can't spell burgers right. Here's a tip: if you don't want to be called in a ice roundup and you're out there selling shit on the street, at least make sure your signs are English spelling is good. Otherwise, you're wearing a flag that says check my papers. All right, can you please give a thumbs up if you're just coming in? Happy Sunday, a full slate of NFL games today. I was checking in a little bit on that Dallas game today. Dallas and the New York Giants game. That was a pretty good game. The Ravens had no problem taking care of the Browns, but Joe Flacco's in there. He got the Ravens their last Super Bowl trophy. I always liked Joe Flacco, but yeah, it's not going to carry me. Sorry, Shimei. The Pittsburgh Steelers lost today to the Seattle Sea Chickens. 49ers won. I don't know if Oakland was playing today or they're playing now. I don't know. We'll get caught up in a bit. So hello, everybody. Thank you. Oh, by the way, thank you to those of you who were on last night's live streams. And if you weren't, you missed a doozy. Let me tell you what. Despite the fact Amanda Hugginkiss tried to crush the fun last night, as she's wont to do, still an exceptional night. We saw some kind of weird variety of spider there that I've never seen in my life. Big, menacing, threatening, gigantic fangs. Had to be about that long spider. And I said, okay, it's not as big as a softball, but it's not a hell of a lot smaller than that. And we didn't know what the hell it was. It was like all weird, like some kind of cross species mutation weirdo freak show. So we called it the Hug and Kiss variety on there. And we also met the caretaker there. 45 years at the cemetery. Can you imagine? It's a wonder this guy's brain isn't mush from all the weeping and gnashing of teeth and all the spooks and spirits that are flying around that weird place. Even the trees are all gnarled and weird looking and everything. And they think that this guy can actually survive that kind of environment. So we're going to interview him. He's going to be good for Halloween month, for October. He's going to be great. That's going to be a great interview. We're going to sit in that caretaker shack or something. We're going to find out what cooks in that cemetery, and we're going to find out what that green goo is, that joy juice that seeps out from under the grave. Some kind of animal matter. It turns into some type of plastic goo down there. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. Of course, I had to have I'm always going to have a feel of something just to see what's going on. All right, I'm going to make it. No, shit, we didn't make it. Son of a... All right. So what's going on, May? I'll say hi to everybody I can. We're just in the fierce sunlight now. We're going to have a challenging week here on account of it's going to be a little crispy, but like I said at the beginning, in another few weeks or so, I'm going to be complaining because it's cold. So we're going to enjoy, because I feel like the warmth goes down to my bones, and it's very, very, very nice tonight. Okay. Boy, I was afraid this guy was going to cut me off right here. Let's not crush the kid. There we go. We pick the kid's head up like it's a basketball and just throw it in the car, okay? Oh, man. Wow. You know, the kid ain't a rag doll. Okay, let's just run across the street. Yeah, let's just wander across anywhere. There we go. Mood today. So we're going to talk about chimping on social media. If you don't know what chimping is, a simp is somebody that can be rolled over very easily and manipulated, usually by a love interest or something like that. So somebody that's generally a sucker or something like that it's simping. Go ahead, honey, I'm going to park here. That shit wagon moving. All right. Why are you where you? Why not you were? Because it's a look. That's what it is, Kelly. I wear my sunglasses at night. I think I might write a song about that. I don't know. Let me see what I would. I wear my sunglasses at night, so you can rip your brain apart. Do 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 do. All right, let's see. All right, let's say hi. Let's scroll up here. We've got, is that Ronnie in here? Kelly, what are we discussing? Carrie Class, how are you? Dr. Frankenstein, Champ, how are you? I know I'm missing some people. Let's see. Did I hear a cat in the background? We got no cat here. If you don't want to get caught in that ice round, you're not here legally, simply leave. Well, these people got, that's going to be a good game to watch. They got their hot dog stand set up on the street and hamburgers. They got burgers spelled wrong. Hello, hey Tim, there's an Amazon. Oh yeah, I saw something show up at the front door. I thought I'd open it when I get home tonight. I thought a cat just jumped in the car. Let's see. Yeah, doing good, everybody. So like I said, you get contacted by people. It's either their kid got kicked off social media. It's like, Rosie, I heard that you got terminated 4 times on YouTube, and you still were able to bring back the original channel every time, which has got to be a record on social media coming back. It's called the multiple resurrection when you rise from the dead. Like once is pretty spectacular. 4 times, yeah, you're pretty much up there in the pantheon of greatness. Not something to be proud about. But you got to tell people this is a different time now. The rules always change over time. And back in 2013, I can't say that things were freewheeling, but it was a little bit easier going. We didn't have all the political correctness, the wokeness, the aggregation of accounts centered around profiting and manipulating off of other people's miseries and things. So we have a lot of that today. We didn't have channels back in my day that would go around and look at other videos and then put them together in compilations and put them up in commentaries and things like that. It was pretty much video creation. And that's what we did. Something made the Cowgirls won. Yeah, just barely won. Yeah, overtime. But a good game. Kenny, how are you? So people write me, you know, Johnny got terminated because he was playing copyrighted music or something like that, or, you know, putting it up directly on YouTube, and he was trying to monetize it. And you say, does Johnny realize that if he didn't compose it and he doesn't own the digital copyright Millennium Act rights for that, the producer, the company, the music company, Warner Music or something like that? And the answer I would get a lot of times was, well, Johnny bought the video game, and it had the soundtrack from Highway to Hell on it, and he bought it, so he should be able to legally use that on his video. No, like AC/DC gets the rights to that thing. So I mean, people have to understand that just because you bought a record doesn't entitle you to, you're not the copyright owner of that. And people get mad at me. Oh, you just don't understand, you're stupid or whatever. Well, it shocks me. Where's the chop to mine? The hell did the chop come off? Chop blew right off. We're gonna have to use yesterday's disgusting chop. Well, today's coffee, I don't know what the hell happened. Let's hope that we don't scorch our nuts here. El Scorcho. All right. Okay. See if we're going to get a good fit on that. You can use music. Yeah, if you pay royalties. If you have a pre-arrangement, pre-cleared. There's some people whose music I use because they want me to use their music to help boost them up, but they already pre-clear me. If I put certain words in the description box, then it automatically, the bot that crawls around sees that that's allowed by license, and it doesn't drop a copyright strike on it. But the new thing that's coming up, that's kind of old stuff now. People kind of realize you can't use other people's music. It was the Wild West when I first joined YouTube. They were finally getting that shit under control. People were going to all these sites and downloading music and then putting it up on their videos, and then the music companies were going nuts, and YouTube lawyers, their hair was standing on end every day, and then other lawsuits were coming in, and $2,500 per infraction, and they're going crazy. To me, if any's artistic value, I want nothing to do with it. Let's see. Hey, how you doing, Tina? How are you? Good to see you. Now we finally got a lot of that stuff straightened out. And some of the record companies realize now that people will remove the tools that YouTube offers for content creators. You can actually remove or cut out the song from the video. More people know how to do that now, so the record companies are realizing, wow, we're not getting all this revenue we used to get by dropping these claims on these videos and taking all the money. They're just cutting the song out, and our copyright claim is disappearing. So we're going to offer revenue sharing, 50-50. What's going on, Chef? I hope you're feeling better. Shout out to Janet. I think the Janet girl might have the shingles. I don't know. The boss is taking her in to be checked out today, so we'll keep her in our thoughts and prayers. She's been feeling a little bit poorly and getting a couple rashes to checked out. So it might be, it could be an onset of shingles or something like that. She ain't no spring chicken, guys. Now the new thing, and when I say chimping, it's somebody that just loses their shit online. It's usually a person below the age of 30 years old, spoiled, usually just really goofy looking online and stuff, and something happens to them and they go absolutely nuts, and the first thing they feel compelled to do is run home and get in front of the camera and vent. Now, as I said before, this is 99% of the time, this is a female thing. I don't know why they vent into public. And then tell you what their therapist or psychologist said to them. In other words, they're getting therapy, quote, therapy from multiple sides, but they just totally lose their shit online. And there was a huge raft over the last couple days with the death of Charlie Kirk. And full disclosures, you guys, I didn't know Charlie Kirk that much. I didn't really follow his, I'm not in his target age group of college kids and all that. I didn't really know him that well. Myers Cocktail Friday had the revisited work day yesterday. Ooh, okay, so money made anything I lost. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, Linda, because I got a person today. What can I do, Rosie? You're like the grand wizard of bringing back channels and social media and stuff like that. I said, look, you're gone. You don't understand the tenor of the time. When your kid's out there screaming at the top of his lungs that his boss is a MAGA tyrant and his immediate supervisor is a MAGA tyrant, and yeah, I was laughing and talking at the break room yesterday about yeah, great day for America because Charlie Kirk went down. And then I think somebody that I work with reported that and reported my Facebook to the boss and the supervisor, and I got called in. Now they're not going to sit there and argue with you. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, here's what's going to happen. We're going to have to let you go. We reviewed your social media posts, and yeah, we can't have people ranting that you know you're like a representative of the store, even if it's just 8 hours and you're standing here. Suppose somebody sees these ranting social media posts and somebody recognized you, because some of these people have a large phone, and they come in to do some shopping and they see you. They might be apt to turn around and just walk out the door again and say, I'm not going to shop here. I'm not going to. If this company supports employees like this, I'm not going to. It's not a question of fairness. It's a question of policy. Policy. And if you're going to come and if you can't control yourself and be mature, and I'm telling you, maturity among so many young people has absolutely collapsed today because of the culture of enablement and being spoiled and being told, you know, yeah, you're good, and, you know, gaslighting the young people about the state of the world today. So when something real, when it gets slapped down, then it's like it feels like it's out of the blue, like mommy and daddy didn't tell me it was going to be like this, that this was going to cost me my job. It's like, and I said, somewhere in that package of stuff that you sign when you join the company, they hand you a whole raft of shit. Social Security withholding, if you want to be in the retirement or what, the 401k plan, or you want to, you know, understand the company handbook and rules, they're going to hand you 13 pages. You're not going to read the damn page of it. You're just going to sign it. And that gives that company, you've signed over your rights as a condition of employment that, yeah, they have the right to monitor your social media and terminate you if they believe that your social media presence works against their better interest in their business. Let's see. One guy has the whole channel about getting them fired. Yeah, you do have First Amendment freedom. Also about using free speech. It works exactly. There are people who have been saying that about, you know. Well, it seems to be particularly acute now because I think social media has become like a psychological vent for a lot of, especially young women. You don't see men really coming on and doing this. Men tend to internalize, whereas women are fumbling so fast they can hardly get the phone in the holder to go live or record something. They're so, because they're much more emotional by nature. And I think they believe it's inconceivable that somebody could be fired because they said something or cackled gleefully or celebrated because somebody got shot. But think about what it says about our society, that you would even have the idea to get out and celebrate something like that. That's what kills me. Especially with a guy that I can find no sense of violence, nothing except conversation and opinions. And since when is it a crime to have opinions that people may or may not differ with in this country? That people have to stand there slobbering in the face and spitting in people's faces and things because they can't They can't mentally bear to hear what the person is saying. I mean, there's the real free speech problem. Well, once I told the woman that there's your real free speech problem. Oh, you're just an ignorant whatever. Bye, unsub, block. Bye. I'm good with, I guess that's old school. Hey, how you doing, Buttercup? Yeah, you don't have free speech at work. And you don't have free speech. How you doing, Corky? We missed you last night. My rich asshole uncle told me this one good news day with him. You have to sign your own check. It's probably true. Remember, when you go apply for a job, all the odds are stacked in the employer's favor. They can pretty much ask you to sign on to terms and conditions that, yes, non-disclosure agreements. I'm sure Dr. Frankenstein has signed a few of them. When you go into companies to do work, they don't want you walking out with their trade secrets and their production methods and whatever else they're doing. You sign all those type of things, which is contractual law, and you can call a lawyer and complain. A really unethical lawyer will say, "Yeah, you got a great case. Let's pursue it. Send me a retainer for $2,500, and we'll kick it off today. I'm going to roll the paperwork. I'll need you to make a complete statement of what happened, and we'll take it from there. We'll probably have to meet 1 or 2 times. Maybe have to interview some of the people that your coworkers, depose them a little bit." Yeah, well, how much is this going to cost? You could be looking at maybe upwards of $10,000 or something like that. An ethical attorney is going to tell you you don't have a leg to stand on with that stuff. Sack's doing good. We are socially irresponsible. Well, you can say anything and learn when you will be fired. Yes, lamented the laziness, severe. You follow their rules or you get the boot. Now, a lot of young people in particular can't seem to tolerate that fact because it goes against some perceived values that they believe exist in America that aren't there. That no matter where I am or what setting I'm in, what environment, what store, what restaurant, what club, what movie theater, if something lights me off and sets me off, yeah, I can make a scene. I can go nuts, and you can't do anything about it. And if I want to go on my social media account, my TikTok or my YouTube X account, and I want to blast somebody and put them on blast, I got a right to do that. Yeah, you do. You got a perfect right to do that, but people can blast back at you. And then later comes the video where people are chimping. Oh, I can't believe it. They're just chimping at. They're screaming. They're running all over. They're bouncing up and down on the bed like an 8-year-old that they can't believe it happened. And, some people said, I got to tell you too, you're not going to like to hear this. Some people set you up for failure. There's some people on social media, it's not as much as it used to be, the troll factor. They'll figure out where you are, where you work. They'll get you talking. They'll befriend you. They'll gather the information, and then when they have a chance, they'll lower the boom on you, right? They'll report. They'll send out into the employment office, the HR department. The woman at the HR department, her hair will be standing on end when she calls you in, and the other guy be falling out of the chair, the witness, and they're just like, and you got to sit there and watch that play. We got some screamer down here today. Now we can argue whether it's fair or more, but try and resist, and we can. Yeah, why do you want to, especially now, and also can fire back. Union must volunteer. I think we're getting back. We're getting stealing it. You know, my job had after work until you go to jail for something, then you get fired. Well, it can be a trap, especially for young people today, because it's so hard in the world. And if you lost, there was an anesthesiologist that lost her job. I have to say, I never usually comment on people's looks, but sometimes people's looks really match their personality. Look like they've been just eating sour pickles their whole life and things. And this anesthesiologist from Texas, she had these cat's eye glasses on and just really, I mean, honestly, you would run the other way if she started engaging in conversation because she would be complaining about something or anything. Anesthesiologist, probably making $300,000 a year, lost her job. Saying she was glad and celebrate because the voice has been stilled and all that kind of stuff. What kind of sense does that make? One of the rules that women employees could not sit at a bar. We didn't have it before. I think life was better. Social media is very demonic, especially in the sense of its influence and entanglement. It puts ideas into people's head. It causes a lot of young people, particularly, to fall into states of depression and desolation because instead of just having a small circle of people against which to compare themselves and identify against, they're exposed to a whole broad spectrum of hundreds and thousands of millions of people, some of which are going to have it a lot better than they are. And in a lot of them, it's going to trigger a lot of sense of injustice, and it's going to work to devalue their sense of self-worth. Especially if they are appearing on camera and things, and people are evaluating and talking about them, and while they're doing their videos or their live streams, it's a very demeaning thing. I was going to say, like, suppose Eleanor Roosevelt was on social media today. She was a very great person, but she was she was kind of frumpy and stuff. But man, they would probably rip her one today. You imagine if she was appearing with the White House functions and people would be talking about she looks saggy and like a worn out bag of taters, or so you can just imagine. This is what's changed today because people feel empowered to say whatever they want online because there's that sense of anonymity. But now that's being fractured. It took a lot of years to happen. People are finding out a lot more about where people are and where they work, where they hang out, who they hang out with. So yeah, it can be a tough situation. Printing presses were going to because they made books cheap and that scared me. Don't get technology. And I was well into my teens. She was homely, but she was a great person, right? Nobody would have ever thought of criticizing. They might have thought a lot of things in their head, like, hey, that's not a good look or whatever. The pink shoes with the purple dress and the red hat or whatever. But people were more well contained. They were more wrapped. My mom would say, I want to see you back here in 3 hours. Now, online, it's not as respectful of people's feelings and things. And the older you go up in the age group, I've noticed the more respect there is within chat rooms and things. But if you go down to the gaming level and things like that, it's like you guys wouldn't even believe it down there. These, the young people groups and things that you would be shocked. You would be absolutely shocked at the way people talk about other people today with no sense of moderation. And the worst is the people that can come on and hide behind avatars. You never see their face. You never knew who they are. And some of these people really are outlandish and think that they can't ever be, they can't ever be found out or whatever. And, sometimes they get their channels terminated and things like that. People, hey, Corkies, anyway. People walk around not talking to me, and then get down and call everyone, and say anything nice. My grandmother would say that. what is that? Uh, Fit shaming is, I haven't seen any fit shaming at all. I've seen fat shaming. I've never seen fit shaming. Some shaming is telling you, yeah, it's telling you what you want to hear, but it's almost like the person looks in the mirror daily and they already know it. It's like you're not bringing any new information to them. And you know, when you release that little dart, you know what the effect is going to be. You absolutely 100% know that that person already knows the state of their being. And two, when that dart comes in, it's going to act to further make that person feel like, well, at least they're having a shitty day. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. But what really surprises me today is how many people will go online and chimp and simp just because they get back and say, well, my therapist told me I should come on. It's good for me to do this for my mental health and all. And I'm like, you know, I was meeting with my therapist, and yeah, it's a good suggestion. You just lost your job. The best thing to do is to go chimp out on social media. And I thought to myself, no wonder in the last 2.5 years why my opinion of psychology has gone so far downhill. Once I took a deep dive, and very few people ever take a deep dive, I was appalled by what I found in this nation. It's either a pathway to deluding yourself, self-delusion, or it's a pathway to drugs. Nobody gets cured, you just get treated. And I've seen the effect on young people today, and I think young women must go to therapists to the tune of 20 women for every man that goes into therapy or something. And I feel bad. I feel bad about that. And I've seen the effects online because I've been on every day for 14 years, every single day. I see the feeds. I see what the trends are. I see how people have changed. I see how people have just been weakened so much, and their fortitude and perseverance has been ripped away from them. And a lot of that is because of the demonic influence of social media. Absolutely, positively social media. It wrongly influences people. Causes people to go down bad roads. That's why I determined years ago I would never pimp for any products or anything on. I've had plenty of people. You want to do spots for well health? All you have to do is tell a story about somebody that was helped by wellness check online services or something. I don't know anybody. So just say something, man. I'm like, no, I don't really care. I'm not down with it. Let's see. Old people tend to think they are entitled to everything. Kaiser puts you in group therapy. Baby boomers are spoiled brats. I'm just telling you my observation. Everybody in here is going to have a different opinion, and I love everybody. I don't. It's fine. It's not going to rattle my cage. It's not going to rattle my cage at all. I'm taking the 30,000 foot view these days. And just telling you, and Alan Gentry and I are almost the same. He's got a few years on me. But we remember the ways things used to be. And if you're younger than 50 years old, you don't remember the way that things used to be. You don't have any concept of the way this country used to function. So you get in there and you start raking away the leaves and pulling back the debris to try to figure out what the hell happened. And a pretty interesting picture emerges out of all of that swill over the last 60 years in particular. Hard work is a fool, but no one gets ahead with it. It won't move your needle. No, people disagree with me all the time. I get flamed in comments, and I get flamed in my in my mailbox all the time. You can imagine the volume of mail I get. Oh, I loved your talk, but it was just, I felt debilitated. I just, tell me something happy, right? I got to know things are going to be better. Okay, so what you're saying is you want me to lie to you. I'm not programmed that way, right? I'm not programmed that way. So you lose some people, and that's okay. It's a free market here. People come and go all the time on social media. I just wonder why social media turned into such a source of therapy for so many people these days, that they get out there and express themselves, and then they overshare their lives psychologically, and it just comes back in boomerangs, and it ends up just making their situation 10 times worse. It also has the effect of gassing up people, particularly women to women. When women get in there and they get a group and start chatting and hanging out all the time, yeah, it's very easy. You get an undivorced person in there and they start getting in a chat room with this is another complaint I had in a Gmail. Start hanging out in a chat room with the divorced women, and they're all gassing her up. And the next thing you know, well, this mother-in-law, yeah, the daughter just bye, and trying to figure out and put the pieces back together. People are influenced by other people. It's very easy on social media to be influenced by other people. I watch people in the sports betting realm. They see guys walking around with 10 bands of bills, right? $100,000 in their hand at sports bets books, faking that they just cashed a ticket and stuff, and suckering people in to make sports bets. Nothing next to you'll never mind. Yeah, good to see you, Miss Tree, today. So it's easy to gas people up in that regard. People paint themselves a better life than actually exists in reality. A lot of people will cross that divide and then find out it's one of the worst mistakes that they ever made in their life. And you can never really get the toothpaste back in the tube again. And that's the thing that you always have to remind yourself. But we have this big cultural divide and age divide, so it's very hard to communicate with younger people about concerns and give advice, because, well, if you're older, you're automatically obsolete and useless, and you got like nothing to offer on that. I'm pretty already not even my mind. Yeah. Well, young people are particularly open to influence because it's the salmon theory. If you've ever seen salmon move, they always move in big schools like tuna. You're never comfortable being outside of that school. There's very few people that are comfortable being outliers in society. The true anarchists, the true social misfits and people like that. Most people like to swim with the school to be considered mainstream. And sometimes that comes with a great cost. It puts unreal expectations on people to achieve things they may not be able to achieve. Hey Bonnie, how you doing? Yeah, put it in English, Bonnie. You got a translator. Oh boy, that breeze feels good. So I was really shocked. This is all leading because post Charlie Kirk, I've been shocked at the number of compilation videos of, normally in the old days I might see one or two, the day that President Trump got shot in the ear. Some people would be like, yeah, well, they just kind of grumble a little bit, Don't you think that's bad? Yes, I got to get going. I got opera tickets or whatever. this is really different. And then I thought to myself, what makes it different this time? Because this guy really hit into the heart of young people. There could be no other explanation than that. He really touched a chord with young people out there, and that was his sin. He was trying to overthrow decades of thinking and teaching in very short sessions and in very short periods of time to try to get people to think for themselves. Not that they would agree with them, but for the first time in their lives to see that there's two sides to an issue. Sometimes there's more than two sides to an issue. And that's what really cost him in the end. Because a lot of people today are psychologically unsuited to hear argumentative prose and discussion and questioning and things like that. They just believe if you question them, that equals hate. If you disagree with them, you're being a hater. You're not a person that could help them over a severe divide in society and potentially change their lives in different ways. You're a hater. And this is what I think rubbed a few people the wrong way. And some to the extent like Tyler Robinson that would take up a weapon and feel like they were silencing a voice of hatred. I've never believed I don't even get over when this Bond T. Kirk was changing hearts and minds. Yeah, I'm saying it's very, it never happened in history. This is really how deranged our society has become. Now, there's always been people that disliked, they'll show up, they'll get in his face, they'll discuss, but by and large, they're going to be pretty chill. Some see a light, some don't. Others just appreciate the chance they had a chance to be heard and to be answered. But for what I can tell, there was never any hate. There was never any intention to lie about things or to try to gas people up. It was always like one-on-one to try to talk to people and set them up. It bothered me just because of the extent that so many just can't even tolerate civil conversation anymore. It automatically has to devolve to red or blue or MAGA or you're a fascist, you're a Christian nationalist, or you're Islamic, you're like an Islamic, on both sides. It just goes absolutely nuts. Well, they were free to plead their case. They gave the microphone a debate with that. Yeah, Elizabeth Warren is actually blaming Trump's simping about upper rhetoric and of lies and hatred. She is awful. We can talk about people and call people on the carpet. When I think about Elizabeth Warren, I think about somebody that, on the one hand, legitimately cares about the stresses and the economics that people have to deal with these days, consumer protection, people getting ripped off by corporations and things like that. I applaud her willingness to be in there and sort of fight the fight for that. But when you start delving into the realm of culture and race and things like that, when she tried to declare herself of Native American heritage and things, I remember I was talking to Bird one time, and it just blew our minds out there about it. Fascist. Yeah, but I don't even think people know what a fascist is. They will one day. I won't be around. People look at one side, 6-8 million from pharma. How you doing, Alan Gentry? People always Yeah, there'll always be people fanning the flames from the president right on down. Absolutely, positively. We get our cues from the top, not just from the president, but members of Congress, senators, judges, people like that. And every time somebody breaks that that code of civility at a high level, it's sort of, wow, I can't believe. Like, oh, like the president said an F-bomb. Like, wow, unprecedented in my lifetime in public. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so that really hurt her legacy, that Pocahontas. They ended up calling it the Pocahontas thing. It makes me think, why would somebody feel compelled to take that charade? I don't know. Same reason I asked the president, can you be a little calmer? Can you be a little more, staid in your opinions and comments about stuff? So it seems to be an impossible. We're losing civility in the highest level. You can see it in the Supreme Court. When I was in political science as a political science major in the late 70s, in university, philosophy and political science, we didn't know anything. We just had voting records of Supreme Court justices. We never knew what the hell their parties were. Literally, we never knew. We never knew about their vacation homes. We never knew whether they flew a flag upside down on their beach house. We never knew who their wife was. We never knew where their kids went to school. Think about today, how we've even started to rip apart the judicial system now, which was like, we always thought, man, that's the last untouchable part. Those guys are cool, they're chill, they sit off the side like an NBA referee and blow the whistle. Give me the ball. Call timeout, get shit straightened out again, and then play on. Yeah, well, I mean, I've pulled no punches, no, about the last administration and what happened in terms of putting people up to rerun for office. That I think that, I have to be honest, God forgive me for saying, I think that they saw a person, if he won, could be easily run in government. And you would have a government run by a cabal of people that could just basically do whatever the hell they wanted. Whatever the hell they wanted. That's a scary thought. I don't know about the auto pen. I don't get involved in all that. You're talking about stuff that's very hard to prove, so I don't make accusations that are, that could be unproven. But imagine if the president was reelected. You'd really have to scratch your head and wondering what the hell's going on behind the scenes and who's running the show. Even Whoopi Goldberg came out, and pay attention to this. I don't know if Shimei is here. Even Whoopi Goldberg came out and said, Kamala, I can't believe that you wrote about the president like that in the book. Whoopi Goldberg. I gave her a lot of credit for that. Most certainly did not have a wonderful day out there swimming, touching grass. Do have a life. Yes, I wake up not thinking about it, but now he's doing what it. Yeah, and that's why I really don't like him being pulled through the mud when he's out of office. Let it go. Hey, Linda. Yeah. Doesn't mean I like him. Just, yeah. I heard domestic violence run through Tel Aviv instead of Washington. Yeah, I'm just saying, but we don't know what was being put in front of him. We don't even know who was controlling the White House. That scared some people. It made people just think like, wow, what if the shit hit the fan or something? And Would we be able to cope with that? I don't know. I don't know. Um, but I'd be less than honest if I said that the group that surrounded that White House uh, just couldn't wait to dish the dirt when the deal was over. And I thought this says a lot about the character of the people too. You can talk about character on what's in the White House, but it said a lot about the character of the people that were working in the White House. That kind of hurt. I thought maybe you could have held the book until he passed away or something, spare the. He's not going to be around much longer. I think other. Yeah, you sure do, Mr. Good Citizen. Remember when Vine crapped his pants at the Vatican? I guess I probably would too. Considering what came out of it the last decade or so, it showed people that who we elect really mean nothing. Yeah. Third party will never win. Never, ever. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your efforts. Remember Elon Musk? I'm going to start a third party. Shit, Elon's bailing for cover. Third party. You better hit a few cocktail parties, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got to level off, dude. You've been stick down since January 2020, January 2025. Now he's worried. Well, Charlie Kirk got nailed. Yeah, we know. You just have to brace yourself every day when you wake up. You don't know what the hell you're going to see. Shed a lot of guys. I don't know when they stats time. Security. Two wings of the same corrupt bird. Yeah, it's two wings of the same corrupt bird. It's why I just, lurker, I just don't give any credence. I mean, if I know something to be a fact, I'll talk about it. I don't know. I guess the old school part of me says, let the guy go in peace and enjoy what's left of his life. I'm sure it's not the most feeling physically the best. We need Corky to straighten it out for us. Please hit the thumbs up button today. It's appreciated. That's why I always say people, tell me the source it for me. Find it. I never take anything on face value. It's like somebody asked me about my book. Are you just speculating, or do you have backups, or what you're told? Do you have things to back up? No, I have things to back up what I say. You know why? Because my opinion isn't worth a shit at the end of the day, but facts speak. Yeah. You know, as a great Biden, press secretary destroyed the current president. Well, they got a lot of work to do over there, Chef, for sure. But we're not going to go down that rabbit hole today. We're at the time of lifeboat law. No matter what your faith is, it's the time of lifeboat law these days. It can be talking points and blah, 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 and clicks and views for people. But at the end of the day, it's not going to get you over the next 5 years, which is a hell of a lot more important. It's just, I'm looking at this 60-year-old woman with day glow blue and green hair, and I think, what's the story behind it? It's like it started with the young kids and now it's moving its way up the age chain. And I just thought, just somebody tell me what the story is. I don't know. Mr. Kai, we all lose. As hard as we have to come together. What's up, Mr. Kai? Mr. Cal, talking sense. Cal son. These leopard. If there was an internet back in the day, when I come in, it does affect you. It doesn't affect my life. Well, I think I'm successfully steering people into the future, Lurker. It does take a bit of courage sometimes to sit here and wonder how people are going to take things. You don't want to make people irritated. You don't want to lose friends. I've lost some friends. But yet you got to be able to speak factual truths too, and you have to be able to put together theories that are supportable. And you have to be able to see natural consequences that flow from certain behaviors, certain beliefs, and certain ways of living. And the most amazing thing to me, and the thing that we can all agree on here, the biggest picture view from 100 miles above Earth says, notice that the trend never gets better. It accelerates. That tells you that we're on a very warning trajectory here for the future, that things are really reaching a point where things are ramping up very quickly here. There's never any counter movement backwards anymore. There's never any peaceful times came. The last really good peaceful times was when Bill Clinton was in there, in my mind. And I've lived in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, thousands, 10s, 20s, 8 decades. 8. And by far, the last 5 years, the whole 2020s have been just absolutely horrible. Horrible. Let's see, what did we say here? When it comes to well, like that, I didn't give any leeway when it came to our great Attorney General, and I know she's got her hands full. But don't be there 2 days after inauguration standing in the White House next to the president and telling us, oh, I got that Epstein file right here. And then we got to go through all this crap. We have to start taking congressional time. We have hearings. You know, it's better to just whatever the hell it is, just let it rip and let the sore heal and let the body heal, but it just festers here. Do you think the deep state assassinated who, Mystery? The deep state assassinated who? I just don't look at anybody. Yeah, I do these days, Lurker, because it's so... The trend is so pronounced now. I just wonder what the story is. Why more people get swept up in it. I'm not criticizing. I'm just questioning. The worst people don't come. They come at you with a big smile. Yeah. So, Mystery, I'm not sure who you were asking if you think the deep state assassinated who. Charlie? No. Absolutely not. You have motive, you have weapon, you have opportunity. So it's all, the whole picture fits. If I didn't shoot the president, if I didn't shoot Charlie Kirk and I was in jail, yeah, I'd be chimping in jail. I'd be screaming nobody's gonna sleep for 48 hours. I'll be chimping. And I'm thinking about, when I hire Leibowitz, Goodman, and Lipschitz, when I get out of here, my 3 great Jewish lawyer friends and get them on the case. Yeah, I'm probably going to have that condo in Hawaii and looking good. Looking sharp on the beach, chicks on this side and chicks on this side. Greetings from Waikiki Beach. They'll never release them, darling. Yeah, the last years we knew, I thought the Clinton years were so damn good. Not because he was president, but just America seemed to be on a right track. And then 9/11 hit. And I remember sitting in the Chinese buffet over here. That's how long that buffet's been open. I remember sitting in 24 years ago, watching the replays of those planes hitting those towers, and I said, yeah, this is probably going to fundamentally change America. Next thing I know, we're taking off our shoes. I got guys flying on planes with shoe bombs. Weird shit happening everywhere. Next thing I know, we're in Afghanistan. We're having the Battle of Spin Boldak and all these weird things. From that to Iraq, the whole Israel fiasco in Palestine, and all the time we amass money like there's no tomorrow. We throw money on that debt pile, and I don't care what Trump does for tariffs. They're a fart in a windstorm compared to the Goliath that's building up in debt. And yes, I call it a Goliath now, and we will face Goliath. Bone crunching, blood spurting Goliath. We will face Goliath. Not a doubt in my mind. They're bad people. I guess I don't know. There's no judgment, Lurker. It's explained the trend to me. It wasn't here 5 years ago. It was kids. Now it's gone up to adults. How you doing, Judy? I had to laugh. Don't think I would have my looks improved. Well, Judy, I wouldn't criticize it. I would ask you why you did it. That's all I'm asking. I'm not criticizing. Hey, you can have your hair whatever color it is. I want to understand it. Hey, it's 4:48 p.m. That's all. But Lurker, don't be believe them wearing it. Get treated. Yeah, when you wear a Trump hat, you get. Yeah, it's a good point. Thank you, Happy Paws. Yeah, if you wear a Trump hat, there's certain assumptions that are made about you. Yeah, that's a good one. That's it. How did Bush not go to prison for that? He was so costly. He was so costly. I don't like smugness. And I remember thinking to myself, man, I hope you know what the hell you're doing. It was just totally different from the first Gulf War. I remember the images of all the burning oil wells and smoking in Kuwait. The second one, it just felt off. It just felt off. Don't know what they don't do anything to me. No, I'm more interested in what the trend is, why they're doing it. It's unprecedented in history. We can't kick the can down the road when I don't know. We'll never wear our politicians merchant. Yeah, well, I'm curious why people do it, because it seems to be there's so many things that are unprecedented in human history right now. I don't know whether it's a cry for attention, to validation, differentiation. I have no idea. But I see the blowback when you go into an interview for a job and you got a face full of metal and neck tattoos and heavy sleeves and face tattoos. Yeah, it's going to be an uphill fight. And I just think, wow, you sabotaged your whole life and you didn't even, maybe you're happy. It's under the category, okay, be happy, but don't complain later about it when society pushes back. You have an easier time getting yourself into society than having society turn and welcome you. Let's see. Because they want to. No, it can't be the reason. Nope. It can't be the reason. No. You don't do that when you're 60 years old. And now I go past all these rallies and stuff, and it's like, wow, what the hell did this happen? Don't mistake it for hate. Don't mistake it for hate. It's curiosity. There's a difference. Curiosity and all that. Said God is never to be trusted. That's all I'm curious about. It's just like, I don't know whether it's trying to be younger. I'm not sure. But I would just encourage anybody, if you're going to get, face and neck tattoos, forehead tattoos, there could be consequences. And it's not that people don't like you. It's just that they worry about the customers might not like you. We can't force people to like other people. What's going on, Joni? The different color they want to have. I asked them. Thanks, Lurker. Make sure it's the ones with the purple and the day glow red and the big blue. I don't know whether they're going for blue to show that they're, the liberal blue party. I don't know. It could be that. That might be it. Like when everybody shaves their head when a kid's got cancer or whatever, when somebody in the family's down with cancer. Yeah, we're all part of the La Familia. What's going on, Jen? I have one of those bright red hair. Yeah, ask her. I'm fascinated, and the trend is accelerated the last 3 years. Let's see. The police have been nationalized. Every plank of the Communist Manifesto has been satisfied. It's good that we're coming into fall and winter. I get the idea some cities are just powder kegs. Portland, Seattle, not so much. Chicago, definitely a powder keg. New Orleans, New York, there's people nervous about the elections that's coming up there. Madami's going to win. The people, they'll get the person they want. They'll get the elected official they want. That'll be it. And then it's up to him to make a go of it. So, but for every action, there's a reaction. And in case you haven't noticed, slowly but surely, they're moving Wall Street down to Texas and Florida. I don't know what's the menu tonight. I haven't really thought about it. You're kind of agree with it. Natural is the best. Seems to be the color we all end up with. Portland, but bred in a generation of real life that only know how to tear down. Yeah, it's notice those words, tear down. Nothing ever gets built up. It's always the desire to tear down, to set fire to something, to smash a window, to break into a store and steal. there's never a building upward of positivity. It's always going to the lowest common denominator of human nature. So if I have a business in Portland, I have to be ready at any time to plywood my windows, be prepared for my business to be shut down, and be prepared for the consequences of a declining city. That people won't want to come downtown. And I've been all over Portland. I love the city geographically. It's beautiful. But the people were some of the weirdest people I ever saw in my life. You could not pass a light pole without a flyer on it saying, boycott this business because this person is a capitalist pig and doesn't pay fair wages. The next pole, boycott Voodoo Donuts because they traffic kids. I went over to shoot a video, and you can see it in Voodoo, my trip up to the Northwest with the boss and Janet. I got literally accosted by people outside of the store, pissed off that I was going to go in. I said, I'm just doing a YouTube. You're supporting humans. You're supporting trafficking of children. No, I'm just going in to look at the donuts. F you, you mother. Can you imagine that? And it turns out it was all wrong. No, not tonight, Angus Kisses. I know. Oh, it's a beautiful. I'm just telling you, I tell you, Portland's a shithole, Buttercup, baby. That's all you need to know. We are noticing all these move to Texas. Do you think that? Yeah, I'm not sure if they can handle whether they like it or not. They're going to be doing it. If the enemy comes to steal in his Rolls, yeah, that black friend, that thousand, black sheep. Whether Texas likes it or not, there it is. I've said before, you have to learn. You have to wonder long term about the viability of living in the Southwest, with more and more energy consumption going to AI and data centers, and manufacturers come in. Do you think that's going to benefit manufacturers when the cost of electricity is higher because of AI data center? How can you possibly think that you can bring manufacturing to this country? With the wages, the taxes, the government regulations, the constraint on resources, the lack of qualified people to work there, you're just setting yourself up for massive, massive failure. I hate to say that. I really hate to say that, but I don't see the drive. I don't see the urgency for it. I seen today that some company again was moving, going to Virginia. No, Jesus wasn't white. A year after his new mayor, we will see. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I want to see what he does in New York, because remember, it's not a slam dunk. You become the mayor of New York City, everything is on your shoulders. The subways don't run, the trash doesn't get picked up, the snow doesn't get plowed, the teachers are on strike, we got black rolling brownouts. It's all going to come down on your shoulders. Your shoulders. And he's built up, especially the radical elements. The far left has very high expectations for what this guy's going to accomplish. We're going to have cheap houses. We're going to have grocery stores with cheap food. You know, it's easy to be a populist and tickle people's ears with what they need to hear, but at the end of the day, you have to deliver. So we'll see. I had relocated a few years back to be. It's the hardest place to make a friend. Yeah, and you're in a. I don't know where you are now, but you're in a beautiful area right there, just between Washington and Astoria there. When I was in Portland, it was after George Floyd. A year later, And literally the people were like zombies in the town. I don't, you talk about PTSD. You get in the cab, and of course I'm a big chatter. I start to talk to the Uber guy, driver. Hey, how's everything going? How's the recovery? The buildings are all still boarded up and shit, and all the char marks and everything. How's everything going? And his eyes are really wide. Oh, it's really going good. Everything's city's all back to it's perfect. This guy was like a zombie, man. I was just like, wow, we. Yeah, and then the boss had gone up there 3 or 4 years earlier and had a beautiful time in Portland, drove up, and they talked about the food scene and the food trucks and stuff. And it stuck in my mind, and I said, and I did YouTube videos up there. I said, I'd like us to go eat off of a couple of these food trucks. We went up to see the food trucks there, and they were so disgusting. So dirty, filthy. And the boss and janitor are like, wow, this is nothing like it. This is nothing like it used to be. In the space of those few years. And, it's just like everybody was looking at everything. It was just, I don't know, the psyche had been crushed up there. What are you? They're gonna be what we're dealing with. I don't know, Alan. Anybody with a brain knows Semitic people aren't really white. Ashkenazi people might, but not Middle Eastern Semitic. Anyway, it was a weird trip up to, very strange trip up to Portland, to say the least. So I was wondering, like the last year, why we weren't hearing anything out of Portland, and then it just blew up one day. It just blew up. I do. Would go to all the do reviews. Yeah, I'll be doing content, Chef. We used to go. I've been working on this, trying to get a little literary agent, and it's a long slog. Some of these literary agents have very high requirements of what they want you to send in, all these statements, and gather all this shit. Send the first 50 pages of your work, attach it. I mean, it's a lot of damn work. Like the writing's the easiest part. This shit of trying to find an agent. I'll do this till December, and if it doesn't come to good, I'll just self-publish. I think we have to be careful who we label Christian nationalists and stuff. It's easy to say, that they're all strident right-wing, but to me, I consider myself a Christian nationalist because I love America and I love Christian principles. They served this nation very well for the first 225 years of its existence until the mid-1960s, when it all went to shit. So you can understand why people would have some type of affinity to want to go back in time and have things the way it used to be. Are their motivations bad? No. They just remember America the way it was. And the only way they can think to do it is to turn around on the trail, turn your feet in the opposite direction, and walk back in the direction that you came. I can't fault that. Are there right-wing loonies? Of course there are. Shit telling you I have 12 episodes of DVDs ended, and it's very hard. Yeah, they want you to move mountains, so I have been moving mountains, but boy, it took me 4 hours just to get one package together. I haven't even proofed it over to send to agent. I thought, wow, I guess the good news is I have the boilerplate for others, but holy smokes. You know, you almost have to sell them. Here's my social media. Yeah, this is this, that. You know, everybody's very skittish because it's hard to make a buck. I get it. I get it. All the reason comes from the Democrat Party. I don't blame Democrats over that. That's this one man did. Yeah, I don't blame this guy. Look, let's face it. Being, you know, having gone through the trans tunnel and everything like that, as you guys know, I can speak from a lot of experience and a lot of empathy. I can also point a finger when I need to. So it puts me in a really unique position to comment on stuff. And, you know, if you're trans today, you're automatically sort of feeling under the gun about what's going on. And every time somebody gets connected up to somebody that's trans, like this guy's romantic interest is a transitioning, it really gets people gassed up. And I think that's on both sides. It gets people really gassed up. And people are going to use any opportunity now to sort of punch back and feel like they're leveling the playing field. There's somebody I used to follow on YouTube that just popped up in my feed today, also trying to make coin with hatred off of the trans person, trying to make hatred off of the Charlie Kirk incident. But I know it's just for money and not any pure motivation. But it's not an easy time to be living that lifestyle and open now. It's you almost have to have one eye open as you walk around and sleep with one eye open. How you doing, Aquarius? What does the trend have to do with me at the end of the day? Nothing. That's your life the way. Yeah, I'm saying, but it's all part of some of the lunacy that overtook society with bathroom, that whole thing, and sports teams, and people stood up and said that it's like, and I mentioned in my book, it's like you complain about the male patriarchy, but there's the males, the genetic males, standing up and telling women how they're going to be using the restrooms. So who's extending the patriarchy? When you really stop and think about it, it's like what space belongs to genetic women? So it's natural they would feel like, well, what about us? I mean, we go out to compete in sports and things like that. A boxer gets her head bashed in, and track and field. Yeah, they feel like, well, what about us? I can understand it. I can look at both sides of the issue and empathize. What's up? What's going on, Naomi? What's for dinner? I believe that we do. Yeah, I already told you guys before, and I did detransition videos about it 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I said when acceptance pushed over to advocacy, and I saw what was happening in the schools and things, that's when I jumped off the train. I said, no, it can't be. This can't be. This is a psychological fantasy. This is no. This has risen up like some kind of specter now that's just invading everything. No, it can't be. It's unnatural to have this kind of growth of something. Let's see. Beer o'clock for dinner. What's up, Jose? How you doing? Jose, want to take women's rights to vote away. I don't know who they would be. If you could send me the names of some. They can't be people of influence. I can't think of any member of Congress that would say that. Who is this woman yakking? I don't know. I'm having a hard time understanding yeah, my beliefs are pretty much. I'm having a hard time under these times where solutions to disagree or what they are. It's a culture, Judy, that's just gone off the rails. And it has to do with one basic thought that proves through history is that two basic thoughts. Human nature never changes. Three thoughts. Human nature never changes. Human nature is corrupt by nature. And I forgot, I had a senior moment, I forgot what the last one was. But those first two are important of themselves. They'll come to me in a minute. So yeah, thumbs up are appreciated. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button, we try to have a very middle of the road discussion here. What was that? Oh yeah, the last one. Unlimited human freedom is the enemy of civilization. You push freedom of the individual too far, and society as a whole goes off the rail. Human beings need guardrails to control behavior, not so much to worry about them, but to protect society as a whole. We need to only look back to Greek times when the influence of lesbian women in early Greece was so strong that it was upending Greek society at that time. And for the good of Greek society, they'd shipped all of the lesbian women off to the island of Lesbos and established their own colony over there. That was Greek society that had unlimited human freedom. It's like a poster child for that. That's the measures that they went to then. Were they right or wrong? We can't judge people in history. We're not contemporary to Greek philosophical times of Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and all them. We just read the history. Here's what happened. Here's what they did about it. Here was the solution. Right, nobody was killed in the making of this island, so that was their solution. Let's see. Hey, Tony, how you doing? Better than everybody. That's it. I don't know about the weed boy. Let's see. Yeah. Well, don't care about you, and I have no impact on your life. Yeah, it was just one of the solutions in civilization in the past, because civilization was being undermined. We have the same sort of undermining of commonality going on today because we have so many people going in wild directions here. That the general mass, the center body of society is being disrupted and paradigms are being forced on society that they're unwilling to accept. I've told you about the case of Richard Dawkins, staunch atheist, award winner from the Freedom from Religion organizations. I tell you, I've studied the shit out of this stuff in my book. One of the past winners came out and wrote an article for the monthly magazine arguing that biology should hold sway, and they ended up removing the article, suppressing the article, removing it, saying that there's two genders or whatever. They removed the article, and the guy ended up resigning. This guy had been he won the award one year, and then Richard Dawkins and a couple other ones ended up resigning too. And Richard Dawkins, the great atheist, was shaken by all this, and he finally got a viewpoint of how corrupted, as a scientist he is, he got a viewpoint of how corrupted society is, that even basic biology can be overwritten by human will now, nothing more than human will. And a few well-spoken psychologists. He just checked out. He literally just checked out and said, it's not for me anymore. Sam Harris did the same thing. Why can't we all get along? The Rodney King, we should all be able to come together as atheists and develop our own human moral code. And I'm thinking to myself, Sam, yeah, good luck having everybody buy into your code or the other guy's code or the other guy's code. The one code we had has been destroyed. Happily. I had a landlord who was gay and he tried it with me until I... Oh, man. Damn, Tony. Oh man, holy shit. Jeez, dude. Call your shots, okay? Hello, Amanda, hug and kiss. Some Christians think they actually know God's will, like somehow you somehow God will and they hell you. Tony, you're the best, man. Holy crap. I got flushed with that. Holy smokes, man. Tony is, he's part of the show now, guys. We had the fire hug and kiss last night. That was it. Tony's, do I need to... No, I thought it was Tony just really laid in the bomb on us. I had to picture that in my mind. You got to understand that Tony's legally blind. But he still knows when the shit's coming down, right? I thought that's why we love Tony. Oh, you guys are the best. You guys are the absolute best. Now, we were talking about people that were chimping on social media about losing their jobs for posting up their harsh opinions about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That was our topic tonight. Man, Tony's the best, man. That's just like hit my bone right there. That was beautiful. Let's read the Bible. So I asked the people that, that oppose those traditional values, what would you like to see? What would you like to see in America? And I have a hard time really getting an answer. It's like, what would you like? And I asked this at a protest one time. I said, what exactly are you looking for? And, the woman just seemed surprised and kind of looked in my eyes like, well, we don't have to worry about that right now. It reminded me of 1968 when they started at Berkeley. Those overeducated, over-moneyed college students out there protesting on the streets, talking about power to the people, power to the people. And they finally got one of the guys on the Dick Cavett show. And he was there with the other guy, and the other guy said, power to what people? And the guy's, what do you want? And the guy couldn't tell him. The guy had no idea what to answer. You can see it on Dick Cavett's show, power to the people. The guy sitting in a chair, it's like, what do you want? What is power? What people? What power? You already have the power to vote. I mean, what do you want? You can have them, you read them, I ate the crab. They were delicious, by the way. So I've never gotten an answer from what people want. I mean, protect people's rights. Rights to what? Rights go so far until they begin to upend society. Then it becomes a problem. But I thought that was pretty wild. It's like power to the people. What people? What power? Change my over the dark mind. Much better. Oh my, good for you, honey. What's for dinner tonight, Naomi? Power to the people. Power to the people. I would just sit there at home as a kid, 14 years old, or 10 years old, looking at that nonsense and thinking to myself, man, I already like Richard Nixon. What they used to call the silent majority, and there was it McGovern running or something like that, and he just got absolutely crushed. McGovern and Muskie, I guess, it just absolutely crushed. See, society has a way of trying to have self-defense mechanisms that protect itself against, you know, outlandish moves that could threaten all of society at the end of the day. Let's see. Do you see Red an American Family from the 70s? No, I watched All in the Family. Boy, the way Glenn Miller played songs that made the hit parade. Gee, our old LaSalle ran great. Those were the days. Ooh. Oh, that breeze feels good tonight. Live your truths. Too many people talk the truths and they don't live it. I can sing in this part. That's good. That's been popping up in my feed. It's kind of nice to go back and look at some of those shows. Corkster, are we gonna keep rolling with silver this week, or what's the story? Your sister must think that you're a folk hero. Atheists are really making them an atheist. Man, if you could go back on the streets in the early 60s and just walk down the street and then take those people up to 2025, they'd be looking for the exit door. There's so many zombies just penguin walking around the park tonight. I love me. Yeah, you sure do. Let's see, Tony, we all need the right to do what's right in this country. We all need the right to do what's right. Tony, we all need somebody to lean on. I should write a song. It would go like, you just call on me, brother, when you're in need, and I'll be there. Oh, let me be there. Let me be there in your morning. Let me be there in your night. Let me be there in your closet when you're having a great fright. Let me be there in that Jim Beam bottle when your husband you want to throttle. And all will be well with the world. Let me be there in your morning. Let me be there in your night. All I ask you, is let me be there. Let me be there. Oh. It's funny, the weekend of the big fight in Vegas, Resort World put parking fees back on their place in Las Vegas. I had to laugh. It's like these people are finally starting to see the light about some of these rapacious corporations. And Las Vegas is just the perfect poster child for the crazy crap that they're doing these days. Somebody had 12 beers. You know, you go to a club or something, or you're at the sports book, you rent one of those like half shell tables you sit at, you get the bucket of beer, 12 beers. You get your buddies there, $222. It's just like the guy they read the Constitution. My dinner is posted. I can't scroll up. You'll have to make the effort to repost it again. Let's see. Maybe I can. Hold on a minute. It's too far up. I can't make it up. Everybody just go home tonight and think deep thoughts. Like hug and kiss. Oh, they're, what are we doing? Are we jacking a car? Oh. I think we're doing a repo. Guy's moving fast. Yeah, it's going after a real nice Jeep. No parking fees on Sunday, but the city of Santa Rosa wants to increase the downtown parking fees, if you can believe it. That's how tone deaf they are. The only thing they can ever think of doing is asking people for more money. And I hope they keep doing it until finally all these freaks that love taxes finally get their backs broken tax-wise. Good night, Mystery. I'm having chicken and pineapple meatballs and orange sauce with bell peppers and onions over white rice. That sounds pretty good. Sunday's another one of those nights you don't really want to get any takeout food. We're just going to have to wing it tonight. What the hell I did to this? Okay, there goes the Jeep. Pay your bills, ladies and gentlemen. How does the car repo guy find the car? I think they got some GPS tracker built into them. The new ones that the insurance companies insist they put in. So when a car gets stolen, it's easy to find out where the hell it is. And then you have people that are out there like bounty hunters. They're tracking them down and looking at them. Banks giving anyone credit destroyed. It always does, Corky. Sometimes it's forced by the government. Remember when during the great build-up to 2005 to 2008 bubble when the president was forcing people to expand loans to people no way could afford to buy homes and stuff, pushing loans on them, and Countrywide Credit, Washington Mutual, they were making huge origination fees, just writing the mortgage and then passing it off to these mortgage-backed obligation bundles that they would sell to Wall Street. Amanda Hugginkiss, I could tell you about, did you ever see the movie Margin Call with Jeremy Irons? When all of those mortgage-backed securities start blowing up and Mr. Sullivan has to come in and deliver the news. Well, Mr. Sullivan, what do you have to tell us tonight? Well, it's going to be trouble. Mr. Sullivan, just imagine you're talking to me. Talk to me as if you were talking to a child. Well, Mr. Irons, if more of these obligations blow up, we'll be looking at a situation where our losses will exceed the capital of the firm. And so basically, Mr. Sullivan, what you're telling me is, did you hear the music playing? Well, I don't know if I would be put it in those exact terms, sir. Jeremy Irons gets up out of his chair, goes, no, not quite yet. He's sitting in his chair. Mr. Sullivan, do you know why this firm pays me the big bucks? Silence. Anyone? I'm going to tell you what, Mr. Sullivan, I get paid the big bucks to look ahead 6 months, 1 year. Gets up out of his chair, and Mr. Sullivan goes over to the window, opens the little blind, looks out. Mr. Sullivan, I'm looking ahead, I'm listening into the future, and I'm not hearing a thing. Silence. One of the greatest scenes that you will ever see in a movie is that scene. I tell everybody, look at the executive board meeting for Margin Call. You want to see the most fantastic acting you'll ever see in your life right here. Thank you, Amanda Hugginkiss, for letting me tell that story. And some people are just clueless. What's up, Callie Mo? The taste, best food, desperate, Jack in the Box talking. Eat those, you never know. That's great, Chef. That's great. Hugginkiss loves that story, the way I tell it. I don't hear a thing. Silence. The great Jeremy Irons. Amanda Hugginkiss said, yes, I would date Jeremy Irons, yes. He may call on me in Atlanta. Yes, he may. better than poor Rosie's story. What's going on? What's going on, Cali, Mel? Okay, the vehicle is up. It's a sad day when you get repoed. And all week long, I just see the repo flatbed, the Jordan running up and down the street. Oh, that breeze is so nice. What's the temperature? Still 82. Hard to believe. Good to see you, Cali Mo. We'll give you a glimpse. There it is. Oh, it's so awful. Oh, man. There they go. Fired up. We're leveling off. Yeah, I think make America great. Get off your ass and get to work. Put down the bag of chips. Get your ass out. Lick envelopes. Do something. All right, there we go. Contribute something. I always pay cash, but my FICO score wants me to get alone. My FICO score doesn't generally have them with open arms and it's the great middle ground. There we go. What's up, Mariella? Let me be there in your morning, let me be there in your night. All I ask you is let me be there, let me be there. All I ask you is let me be there. Yeah, so this one literary agent, I had to put together a 50-page package. I got to proof it and send it out tomorrow. All right, here we go. I feel like saluting when these come by. Dun dun dun, do do do, ba ba boo 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 boo. There goes your Jeep, bum ba dum bum bum bum. I can do I had the biggest steak I could buy there. Oh, that sounds really good, Milkman. How you doing, Shimei? What's going on? I wanted to ask Shimei, did you ever hear of Shimei? Did you ever hear of the black minister up in Harlem, Reverend James Manning? Did you ever hear about him? Did you ever know him? I don't know if he's free denomination or what he is. You might know better than I. Let's see. If you want to really just buy a car, man, they'll redo it and sell it and pay off the note. Bada bing. I love the way Corky's. It's like Corky's our resident financial advisor now. You ought to look up his ATLAH Atla channel on there, man. This guy is really, he's running for mayor of New York. Unbelievable, controversial guy. I had something come across my YouTube feed because I follow a lot of ministers and a lot of religious folks, rabbis and stuff, and ministers, preachers, priests, bishops. And he came up in my feed and he had a talk like 10 years ago in church. Was unbelievable. I never heard anything like it in my life. I thought he did like, this guy hardly gets any views in this one. They had 277,000 views or something. Yeah, Corky. We're now officially making Corky our senior financial advisor here, our consumer expert on how to get stuff done. Do 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 do. From Miami Beach, it's the Jackie Gleason Show, starring the June. Oh, you just submitted 12-page strategic planning. I just prepared a 50-page literary agency query today using their format. Wow, that's a job. 50 pages. Yeah, Shemai's one of those eager beaver students that you tended to dislike in class because they were always overachieving. Oh, Shemai, you received an A. Here's your gold star. It's like Rosie, maybe next week. Don't I even get a green for keeping my seat warm? It's hilarious that Democrats are so bad. It's just a campaign, but it has so much power. I don't know what's, make America great again. Who would have argued with that in the 1800s, 1900s, 20th century? I don't know. I think it's more the man than the slogan. He came in, not to have peace, but to upset the paradigm of what we've been under for the last 60 or 70 years and to upend that. You knew it wasn't going to be an easy thing to do. You knew some eggs were going to get scrambled, rightly or wrongly. It's going to be tough times. Meanwhile, the Democrat Party is completely blind. I don't know about radicals and no. You best have you better have a good credit score. If it was, it would be a great. It's not this slogan. Why wouldn't my slogan is so what? It all started in 2008. Let's see. Trump is around. Dems do nothing, just blame Trump. Well, I'm personally going to be eager to see what the new mayor that's coming in is going to do in New York. As I said, if they don't get the cheap groceries and the housing, it's more dangerous for an ultra-liberal, as he is, a very left-wing person, not to come across with the goods than it is for a right-wing person. Because he's built the expectations very high now that this is what we're going to have if I'm elected. And if it doesn't come true, they're going to have the pitchforks and tar torches out there. An 840, 50 score is tough to get. City Elmer, what's going on tonight? Women want to be, nobody would want to. You'd have to be out of your mind to want to be president. You'd have to be out of your mind to want to be on the school board here, where they can't face the fact they would sacrifice student academic performance for cultural norms. In other words, F you, we're going to shield you from reality. Then when you hit the streets, you're going to be woefully uneducated. And we're going to turn you loose in the most competitive job market in the history of the world. Are you doing them any favors? No. I wouldn't touch that school board. They would hate you for making a tough decision. We got to close down that high school and get these kids folded into a school that has academics. People don't want to hear the tough solution these days. They want to continue in the foolishness and keep it going. Both sides do good and bad, but one side only plays a problem with the liberal. Don't forget, New Jersey is hiring. By the way, Elmer speak. Elmer's one of a kind. Elmer is one of a kind. I do make this. So I wouldn't even want to be on the school board here. This county is so under the liberal thumb now that if these people try to make a move to be slightly fiscally conservative, they've just painted themselves into a corner. There's no latitude anymore. Now they want to raise parking downtown again. All the meters and stuff. The merchants are losing their mind. It's like we already got empty shops and stuff, and you want to keep hitting people. Well, we need that revenue for the city. You're killing the tax revenue. People are going to down to Roner Park to buy shit. Let's see. I tell you what made them everything. I would make it so that you don't have an IQ 111. I think I understand Elmer something. 1,000 job applications. So is the so of all the plants. I'm sure the application pile at the Hyundai plant, and the Koreans are probably very reluctantly saying, "Oh shit, this is the day we dreaded." Now we're going to have to hire people. We're going to hear the complaints about work conditions and pay. And, oh shit, here we go. For the nutrition bar company up in Cato, New York. Oh shit, here we go. We're going to have the gassy grandmas in here trying to organize a union and everything. Defunding police. My thought is give the people what they want. If they want to defund the police, then defund it. You'll have the biggest mass migration of people moving towards that city. Opportunists, grifters, thieves, rapists, robbers, perverts. You'll have the biggest stream of people, drug abusers. You'll have the biggest stream of people moving towards those cities. And then in 5 years, they'll be like decimated and crying the blues. I mean, you're just setting yourself up for unlimited looting, licentiousness. You're just turning the wolves. You're turning the wolves loose in the chicken coop. Bad people are very sensitive to opportunity. They're the first ones to be there to take advantage of it. Yeah, we always dreamed of this day. Here we go, boys. We're so past the years when you didn't need police in the streets. That's long gone. Think about it. I told you before, that progression of policing from the beat cop that walked the street and just clubbed kids in the head for being truant, to police on horseback with clubs in the 1960s. Now we have police with anti-riot tanks and gear. Now we finally have the point where we need to put military on the streets. It's quite a progression. It's quite a statement on society. But it's such a big thing. It's such a glacial move that nobody notices it until you really take the 30,000 foot view and say, wow, what does this say about society? I don't know what this woman's beefing about. I don't know. Let's see. I dig the dish to pay the wheelies. I don't know. Thumbs up are appreciated, guys. We're still a lot of thumbs up short tonight. Please take a second to like up the stream. They heard Bonnie dismantled the white collar crime division, just dress pattern. I'm talking about street crime, Lisa. You're never going to be affected by white crime, white collar crime, but you will be affected by street level crime. Very negatively. Wow, it's windy. All those things got blown over there. Oh, man. We do, Milkman. We understand perfectly, but exactly whether some just want to be dope addicts. We are charging. We should bring back mental asylums and lobotomies. Let's see, who was that? Hey, Robbie Cherry, how you doing? It all starts with the formation of children. Society can never be recaptured until that's done. The chance of that being done in the future is less than zero. So, no moral formation, no civilization. People have to learn right from wrong. Once one or two generations slip through, it's over. Who in the hell is that? There is no right or wrong, only you and me march to the beat of a different drum. Who's Kilmeade? What is his position? Is he a senator or a politician? What is he? Is a business owner? What's wrong for every person? Who's Kilmeade? Never heard of this cat. We're all effective, for example, reflecting. Yeah, well, we've always had people that light their own houses on fire and stuff. Who is Kilmeade? He's a host on Fox TV. And what did he say? I don't know. If more people thought about it. Yeah, well, people don't care about the future. 60 years ago, people lived for, they vested everything into the future. Nowadays, people vest into themselves. Not everybody. But the thought today is, what has posterity ever done for me? So, screw them. It's going good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. Somebody send me a link to that in my, somebody chat, send me a link to that euthanization video in my, I want to review that. That sounds like the leading edge of Soylent Green. Cat food. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I never even heard of this guy. Well, it's human. It's the rise of humanism. You had theism give way to humanism, and then you see the results of that today. We decide what's right and wrong, and we fight about it. We used to have a common consensus. Once that's gone, boom, that's what my whole book is about. You live with the consequences of a humanist-centered society. Rachel Maddow is the most trusted name. Thank you, Buttercup Baby. Does anybody even listen to Rachel Maddow anymore? Didn't she take a big salary cut? I don't know how. Aren't they rejigging MSNBC or something? MSNBC will be popular again when the shit hits the fan. It'll be a rally point for the revolution at that point. It's out of synchronization with the times now. But as to how to Rachel Maddow with her pay could relate to the average person on the street, I have no idea. Zero. Does he apologize? Oh, if he apologized, okay. Not many people do these days. What's up, Phil? Phil, I had one of your fellow contributors lives in Wales. Nice lady. The hell's her name? Welsh Boo. Was in here telling me there's no protests in UK and stuff. And yesterday I go click on my news and there's people getting hit with batons and there's 1 million people on the streets of London. I was like, what the hell? I just wanted you to verify that there's like a strong anti-immigration Tommy somebody there. Because when I tried to put the truth out that there are protests and things. Yeah, 3 million people. I was told that I was wrong, that it's calm and peaceful and everybody gets along. It's another case. I thought that's a case of just people unwilling to see reality and want to shape it that this isn't going on. And I was sorry you weren't here to engage in that discussion. So if he apologized, that's a plus. People get carried away by rhetoric. Mary Lawrence O'Donnell went to God and said, all he do is sleep in class. Money got him through. Yeah, one of the Kennedys drove Mary Jo Kopechne off the Chappaquiddick Bridge. Maybe Welsh food justice is somewhere that doesn't have that going on. I don't know. She lives in Wales. She's not in England per se. She's part of the United Kingdom. That could very well be, but we talked about London and stuff. And then there's one of the biggest protests in the history of the United Kingdom taking place. And the great man ran away. Won't stop him from his goal. Keep his Russian politics and little shows. A lot of slander from the peanut gallery here. Yeah, I saw that. It was nuts, man. I'm like, what world are you living in? That we deny the sentiments of the people, that they're getting sick and tired of having this open immigration policy, and they're using the United States as a model. Can you blame them? They're seeing their society costs go out of control as they're trying to support people that the money's not there. And I want to do a video of the people that are the millionaires that are fleeing the United Kingdom now. She was probably one of the ones in the Welsh Boys heavy labor and clearly don't like it. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to say. Uh, well, anybody that can get off of that is a good thing, politician or not. Yeah, Phil, it was pretty crazy because the day after we had our, hey Mary, the day after we had our discussion, I'm turning on the TV and not the TV, but I'm turning on my feed, and here it is. They're cracking skulls in London. When it, let's see, I lost it. 180 millionaires, maybe it was more. Yeah, the trend is accelerating. They have something called non-domiciled people overseas, and they want to tax those people on their worldwide income now. So they're fleeing the country now. I thought that was pretty wild. This government wants to tax anything. We even have to pay a cleaner air tax charge now. I worry a little bit, Phil. I worry about you over there a little bit. Once the money tap really runs out, then it's going to be, I hate to say it, it's going to be some serious bloodletting. I admire anybody that can get off of long-term drug use. That's a tough thing to do. I think there's more people worried about worried about having their chips, potato chips, and high fructose corn syrup sodas taken away. Back from chopping onions. I didn't see which South Philly record. How you doing? I mean, for me personally, I wouldn't be telling people what to buy or not buy, but he seems bent on retooling the American diet. I do like some chips once in a while. Don't worry, and very well connected. If it were, I can just jump. Kind of good friends in Bulgaria. A little Russia, maybe not so good. Yeah. I was I was impressed, Phil, when I saw the number of people on the streets. And I thought to myself, once again, this is like a preview of coming attractions for the future. This is like a glimpse into the future of the West. And that's when I said, when President Xi and President Putin and dictator Kim Jong-un got together and talked about, should we be on a war footing or whatever? I'm sure she just said, turn on your TV set and just looking to get a window on the West now. These countries, these societies are tearing themselves apart. You don't have to do a damn thing. Just sit back. As Amanda Hugginkiss says, get your theater popcorn, put your feet up, and just watch the show. You don't have to spill any blood at all. Yeah, no personal insults, please. Let's keep it up. I just try, yeah, it's dead. It's get dead, Corky. So every time they see 3 million people massed on the streets, it's like, okay. They just check the little boxes. Once the benefits get cut, then it'll be a different story. It won't be, by and large, peaceful. It was only grow. The U.S. is close to UK close to kicking off big time when it gets to 10 million, which I think it'll be about that, maybe in bit longer when the government will lose. Yeah, it's like how do you tell people that you have to cut down the benefits? What do you do? People have wised up now that they get passports and they apply for citizenship. Wealthy people are always welcome in enclaves around the world, and you can't hold them there. That's what a communist nation, but you can't leave the country. But right now you can still exit. When they start to have capital flight rules, then I'll know. When a nation says you can't only wire or transfer $10,000, then I'll know. I'll be like, shit, I'm back in Asia again. They send a letter. Poland, Russia drone attack, yeah. What do you tell people when you have to cut it off? This is why rich people have started to go underground and not live ostentatiously, because they've been told. It's like now nobody cares about the Kardashians. Nobody gives a shit about the award show tonight. They're like, honey, you just make yourself a target. That big bum is just not the hits. They're trying to bring new laws in to stop us being able to leave the country. See, that's what I'm talking about. Once they start closing the trap in on people that you can't leave, we're going to have the same thing that happens here with capital flight and stuff. There'll be rules and regulations. That'll really, if that passes in the UK, I thought that might be a few years off, but when they get that desperate to force people to stay in the system, I hope the House of Lords has more sense than that. It won't say we can't leave, but it'll make it very hard to leave, yeah. They call that exit taxes and things. I don't, for sure, they gotta learn some elementary. Yeah, the next step on socialism is communism. Of course, it's the left. Totalitarianism is far right. Dictatorship is far right. Communism, socialism is far left. Take it from a political science major. Political Science 101. It's a subterfuge. It's a fake out of people running things. There's never been a government in the history of the world where people run things. There never will be. No, I don't think so, Corky. I'm not sure. I don't think so. But it's probably, causing some upset in Sacramento that the wealth is transferring to Texas and Tennessee and places like that. Robert Mac Media moved to Missouri. It's a natural inclination to want to protect your wealth. Boy, you didn't meet Magda, Buttercup baby. This is sort of maybe I'm thinking of corporate taxes. Yeah, my mom's friend had wanted huge amounts of money from her to revoke her U.S. citizenship. That's authoritarianism. Oh boy. She's a communist. But you have met lots of communists just didn't reckon. She loves communism. It's her ultimate dream is communism. I've tried to tell her there's no place it's ever worked. She falls back on socialist nations, but they're gone bust now. Oh yeah, she's a self-proclaimed communist, absolutely. She loves communist ideology. She defends it. I don't have an issue with it. She knows it's an open platform here. She's just not well versed in economics. No, she's a self-declared communist. She loves communism. She'd be the first one to tell you. She'd tell you, I can't wait till we have communism. That's why I love it when she's in here. We can talk about the realities and the fallacies of communism. She likes that state control of the means of production. No fat cats. That's communism. Never said she. No, she would, if she was here right now, she would vehemently disagree with you. She loves Karl Marx and the tenets of communism. We'll ask her next time she comes in. We've sat here for years and argued about communist principles. Get rid of all the rich. Have the state run everything. I've said, Magda, when the state runs things, it doesn't know what it's doing. Oh, they'll have a better idea now. I said, it's never worked before. Yeah, Phil, I hope you're doing good. And by the way, 30 next day, only one day. Oh, man, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That had to be miserable. Shit. That was funny, Cord. The mentally ill are always the last to find it out. You say some funny shit, Corky. I'm saying, yeah, we're glad you're feeling better. Just get on. No, Magda wants to strip all wealth out, have redistribution to the people. She wants the People's Party to decide the way society should be run economically, so that we have equality. She's definitely a communist. What would I've argued with her about all these years? She wants to get rid of all the rich people. If that's not the definition of getting rid of the bourgeoisie, then I don't know my political science. Bought one of Newsom's watches. Is there a watch out there? Oh, speaking of, did you hear they blew the cover off of Rolex? Rolex Rolex watches are mostly made in China, with final assembly done in Switzerland. And Robert Downey Jr. is the one that blew the cover off of that. And they can't think of a way to get the toothpaste back in the tube now. Unbelievable. Yeah, I'd like to see a Newsom. I'd like to see a Newsom watch. I am my Newsom watch. I want to see the watch. I'll have to look it up. What does it say? Yeah, you told me, Corky. I didn't believe you that Rolex would allow their franchise. I always wondered, how can, think about it, Corky, how can the Chinese make such good knockoff Rolexes and stuff? And it finally closed the loop on me today because they're making real Rolexes there. So it's really easy to make the same watches and just not ship them out to Switzerland, right? Yeah, the money. Robert Downey Jr., there's a great expose video of how he blew the cover off of the whole Rolex deal, and it's fascinating. And Rolex is really taking a hit because of really taking a hit of it. The price of it, and it's a great way to ruin your brand. Greed. I have a friend who's into New Indigenous Mystery School. She says that her workplace is too westernized. College, that a precursor to communism. She says her workplace is too westernized. Communism. You know, I don't really know. I have a friend who's into New Indigenous Teaching Mystery School, and their workplace is too westernized. College. Is this a precursor? Well, the question is, what does she want? Yeah, it's on. Just put Robert Downey Jr. Rolex scam. You'll see they did a really good expose because he's the one that
Have a good night.
the people that worked on the Rolex line started uploading videos about send me I already have a fake Rolex. They started that I bought in Hong Kong. So the people that work at Rolex doing the work started uploading videos from the Rolex facility. And once the toothpaste was out of the tube, Robert Downey Jr. saw that his watch and model number corresponded to one of the ones that was that came out of China and stuff. It's funny that communists never want to admit that they're kind of secretly ashamed of it. It's just, why would anybody ever think that communism could work knowing human nature the way it is? It just absolutely floors me. That they expect people to rise above their human nature and do what's best for the people. Are you shitting me? As soon as people get a control of the mechanism of government, they close the exit gates, they confiscate people's shit, and they tell people how to live, where they're going to live, what they do. And it becomes what? Equal misery for all. The best definition of communism that was ever, thank you, you're welcome. Equal misery for all. Now, if that's a system that you think that you can uphold as a model of success, yeah, I'd say you probably have a couple screws loose in your head. I love the circles and remove the back cover. It's really cool. Getting fact checked in here a bit. Yeah, I remember that, Corky. Watching. Yeah, check it out. It's quite a story, Phil. I couldn't believe that socialism is just as bad because the government doesn't know how to run things. I had 2 fake Rolex in my ball, made it through my trip. They run good. They were made at the same factory. Rosie, if Aunt Colleen were here, would they be communist? You'd have to overthrow the queen first, Noah. Yeah, you can. No, you can look at the sweep hand. I don't wear jewelry and stuff. Yeah, it's another failed form of government. When I went to I bought everyone. That's cool. When I was in Hong Kong, I would get people fake Rolexes. And then people wised up. They started looking at the sweep hand. If it moved smoothly, it was a real Rolex. If it went, then it was a fake. Oh, I hate you, man. You paid $35 at the Mongkok market for my watch. No, I paid $25. Oh, you bastard. Okay, I'm not and it's showing on just to give me a cheap one. Yeah, exactly. Article 5, that's you. It's just a progression, lurker, of the economy. You'll have young people that think communism is a solution. You'll have the professional agitators, the intelligentsia that'll fill their head with bullshit. They'll have the stamina to get up and go, to want to hit the streets. And then as soon as like 1917 in Russia, as soon as Lenin took power, he's like, now what? He just discovered that the Communist Manifesto doesn't have a practical guide for how to rule as a communist. So everybody just jumped in. They had the scrum, the skirmish. And yeah, the guy with the longest knife eventually, Joseph Stalin, took over. Communism was dead. The dictatorship was born. Da, 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 and the fake people's Politburo was born. Watches buying. Watches are spying. I don't wear any jewelry. No, you'll have communism first. Maybe attempt to suppress it. Communism will rise very, very rapidly. At the roots of any attempt at authoritarianism will be very short-lived. Very short-lived. And then you better be good with your hands, and a hoe and a shovel and a pickaxe. Get out there and start building that road. Think of what good shape you'll be in. You don't see any fat people in North Korea except the leader. There's a message in that. I don't think Trump would ever get the What's up, American? Do I think that the president would like to have unlimited power? Of course I do. I think he looks with an eye at Rocket Man and Putin and thinks, yeah, if I could just be in that position, I could get the shit done that needs to be done. This is one of the reasons we explore the idea of a third term, slowly trying to crack that oyster open to get an entryway for that to occur. Let's see. Elmer, I was responding to post about. Yeah, Elmer's right on. Elmer was part of the AWACS group over there. Let me get a vaccine that was more of a than what Trump has ever done. Yeah, you could go to strip clubs and grocery stores. What else? Liquor stores. But you couldn't go to your local church. Yeah, it could be. Alan. I admit, I'm open to that possibility. I'm not dumb. left and no third term, slippery slope. Well, I'm just saying, that explorations are out there. We would be naive. We would be naive if we didn't try to always see both sides of the picture, and that's one thing that I think we do here exceptionally well is explore both sides of the issue. Yeah, I could have the ratings through the roof if I just came on here and talked about Charlie Kirk and left-wing conspiracy, or if I came in and get people riled up about right-wing yeah. Middle of the road means that there's no rewards for that. The rewards are just giving people a platform where they can explore different ideas and not feel like they're castigated. Trump broke Simba's leg. Damn, Corky. A good thing that the Humane Society doesn't hear that. Yeah, communism tells you what to think. It takes a hold of the education system. It throws any sense of religion or God out the window totally. There's a new God there. And they elevate that to a deity, the Kim family. Oh, you see that one with old Kim Jong? Oh, because you need a binding force, and the binding force is divinity, man-made divinity, and force of arms to keep people. You kill people. You remember the 100 Flowers campaign in China from 1957 to 1958. This is how clever Mao Zedong was. Coming up to the 10th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China on October 1st, 1949, he thought it would be a great idea. Allow people to voice their opinions about what's right and what we could improve on in our nation. Yeah, you imagined right. All the intelligentsia, all the people that, we need more rights for people and liberalism and education. We need to be truth tellers. They were all massacred. The 100 Flowers campaign just rooted out. What a beautiful way to root out every potential voice of dissent. That's the kind of shit that communists do. That's what I would tell Magda. Be circumspect in what you wish for. Yeah, Mao was a real killing machine, and he was clever as a junkyard dog because he was born poor. And he knew how to trick people. And he had that nasty wife, one of the gang of four, and she met her maker. But man, they just ran roughshod over that country, and they couldn't wait to get her on the execution block. That big mouth. And that's why you go to China today and they tell you inside on there will never be a woman leader in China, ever. Ever. They'll be in Politburo positions, but there'll never be one that rises to the leadership of China. Ever. Because of their bitter experience with that. I don't ever use the word that bitch. That's the kind of shit that they're don't be constipated. Remember, I had the backache the other day, and I thought, maybe I'm constipated. And I thought, nah, I kind of took care of that this morning. Please hit the thumbs up, guys, if you like open dialogue. If you can't stand the heat, I'm not going to apologize for it. You go to other places, right-wing channels, and express your views. Is left center here, you'll be kicked out, blocked. You go to left center place and express your views, you'll be kicked out and blocked. I often try to comment on like Tara and the Political Voices Network, Stephanie Miller show. I get one comment in that we should have dialogue between left and right, and I immediately get blocked. Immediately. I do not live in the van. You would have thought that I called somebody a name or something. I go to some of the Fox commentary channels that the guys are talking on, and I put in the thing, shouldn't we dialogue a little between left, or I get blocked. Or called FA, you know. Yeah. You know, so there, and that made me think there's no middle ground anymore. There's no, you know, there's nowhere we can go to just have a discussion and back and forth. Most politicians have never signed the front of a check, only the back of the check. Well, there's no denying a lot of these big city mayors and people really know how to strip a government with their corruption. And I hate to say that's a common case when you get people that don't have a pot to piss in, that get picked up by the machine. They get installed into office and the graft and corruption starts to come in left, right, and center, and they just can't resist it. They go for the cheese, the trap drops down, and they're shipped off to jail. They're either doing coke, holding stuff in gold bars away in freezers, on the take, corruption with your boyfriend in Oakland running a garbage service. It just goes on and on. Kilpatrick, the mayor of Detroit, just on and on and on. Let's see. My Reddit again got banned for no, just because. I love you, Corky. Corky's like, yeah, the mayor of Oakland was terrible. Kickbacks to her boyfriend for the garbage contract. And these are supposed to be the leaders that people are relying on. And they're as corrupt as the day is long. Baltimore City will always be the poster child for corruption in government. I don't know how many mayors have gone to jail. District attorneys have been disbarred. I mean, it's just a parade of just bullshit. So where are the people that you hold up that should do a good job? People hated my guts when I said that if Kamala Harris, she seems dedicated to the public welfare, the best thing that she could do is go and be the mayor of Oakland and demonstrate to people how she can turn the city around. People said, oh, that's beneath her to do that. Okay. Well, go write your book and drive the knife into your former boss's back. Hey, how you doing, Josh? Yeah, nothing. I'm telling you, nothing right or left. Nothing surprises me anymore. Absolutely nothing surprises me anymore. I wake up, there's nothing. I could see a story, strippers in the White House. You know, I'd be okay. I would just say, were they good looking? Chicago mayor found to be in possession of Al Capone's safe monies and gold. Shit. Shit. What's going on, Ned? Nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing. We're at a time where people can't resist grabbing and grabbing and grabbing. The opportunistic behavior is appalling. it's irresistible to people. They get into office and, hey, Miss Mayor, I saw this envelope outside of your door. It seems to have some money in it. I'm thinking maybe you dropped it on the way in to the office today. Yeah, as a matter of fact, yeah, I was going to make a deposit with that money today. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And how can I help you today? Yeah, I wanted to see you about the sign contract for the city. I know all the signage is coming up. That's the way it always comes down. Everybody's out to grab a sack. Exactly. But the lower you go down in politics to the city, county, state, the worse it gets. Because people just never saw that much money in their lives. They're blinded by dollar signs. Haven't had a decent president since Ronald Reagan, in my opinion. I think Bill Clinton was pretty decent. I loved Ronald Reagan. He was a smoother version of, he tried to do what's going on today. It's a shame he wasn't able to pull it off. I liked him a lot. I liked him as governor. I loved his speeches that he gave in 1964. It was hard to find fault with the man. I had a little bit of grudging respect for George Bush Sr. because he was in the Air Force and he served in served admirably. I always give somebody a ton of credit when they were in the military and served in active theater. I thought he was kind of too weak to be a president, though. It's like when the first shit was going down in Libya and stuff, and Margaret Thatcher had to tell him, don't get wobbly in the knees now, George. And then the little Bush was just, oof. And then Obama came in, and it's just kind of a blank on that. And then, Biden. One thing I liked about Biden, he was very low key. I never saw anything, but he was never at press conferences or anything. And then I found out later that you couldn't really put him in press conferences and stuff. So there was this element of, we're just going to try to fool the American people and keep the game going. And I was like, wow, okay. Finally, George Clooney got the message in. You can't do it, man. You can't do it. Can't do it. Yeah, he was tempted by the beef. Monica Lewinsky, you're tempted by the beef. It's like, there's a reason that, I'm going back to my CIA days in China. There's a reason that the best CIA operatives are very attractive looking women. The very best. They can have those drawers down at your ankles, and you'll have your legs in the air, and those state secrets will be spilling out. They'll get them legs up in the traps. I didn't like the way they attacked Mrs. Obama for, she used to be a guy or something. Oh, well, that's when I knew that the wheels were first starting to slip off the cart in this nation. And I thought, thank goodness the kids were pretty protected, and they were, but I could tell Michelle Obama did not enjoy a lot of her time in the White House. It's like she wanted to really cut loose with a haymaker. Yeah, I'm just saying, all the way back to the time of Eve when she started discerning, maybe the snake is right. When women start discerning, it's all right back to the Bible. Yeah, maybe the snake. maybe we're being cheated down here. Maybe there's a whole nother level to Tetris here that we're just not we could get to. And the snake is like, yeah. Now you're thinking. You're good, huh? You're good. She plucked that apple and the whole friggin' bottom just fell out of shit right there. That was it. There's a reason why women are made attractive in life. To be vehicles of testing and temptation. And you just have to work it. That's it. Vince Foster. Yeah, I remember Vince Foster. I'm going to bring down Dynasty. So, women are more given to discerning and thinking things and overthinking shit. Let's see, Michelle Obama. Yeah, I liked Michelle Obama. I thought she was nice. I thought she conducted herself with a lot of dignity. I was not ashamed of her as a first lady. I'm going to be honest with you, Hillary Clinton was a little bit abrasive, but hey, I'm abrasive too. I get it. Yeah, that's Shimei's department. 51 all day, also was in Russia for 4 years. And you think about Trump on that? That's it, Elmer. You're a good Lutheran. You know how it is. A mighty fortress. Bona Jones. Make Amazon's great again. You guys are the best of the best of the best. What the hell are we going to have for dinner tonight? I don't know. Amanda hug and kiss is like we don't have a lot of choice. So, yeah, just lay it on us. How you doing, Darla? I thought Hillary should have divorced Bill, and I always held that against her. I was glad that she stuck with him. She understood what it meant to have a contract. I gave her tremendous points for that. Just the way I gave Francine Swagger tremendous points for understanding, for better, for worse. She understood what the contract meant. Now, I don't begrudge other people that, yeah, they have different thresholds of tolerance and stuff, but I did admire that. And you know what? They're still together today, and I did not have sex with that woman. I can only... no, I'm just speaking truth, Lisa. If you're insulted, honey, I don't know what to tell you. If you're going to be that sensitive things, then this might not be the place for you. The Conjuring is nigh. We're here to interject humor and fun. We're not here to be sourpuss and worrying about every little iota of things. I'm a very middle of the road person, but I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And I'm not going to be ashamed if we just part our ways. It was great to have you in the chat. Falcons 9, Vikings 3, Jacqueline Kennedy did the same. And now, because this is going to be a tour of the Blue Room here, this is the president's... I was a little kid and I saw that. I'm not out to insult anybody here. I'm out to have a place where ideas and opinions can be expressed. What did he say? I don't know, mister. People read into things what they want to read into it. I don't know, though. Is a thing about Eve or who knows? I mean, it's all biblical. Look it up. I enjoy Lisa being in the chat, but I got to be me. I can't, I'm not out to insult anybody. I gotta be me. I gotta eat food. Simple and free. I've gotta be me. Whether I'm right, whether I'm wrong, whether they say my thing is not very long, I've gotta be me. I've gotta be me. I gotta be me. I just state opinions and things. I get people thinking about shit. It's just we have certain people that are ingrained in the culture that are going to see everything through a certain set of glasses, and it leads to people feeling easily insulted because you touch a nerve that may or may not be true, and it's very disquieting to people. It upsets people. I get it. But that's what philosophy is all about. It's like when Jesus said, I didn't come here to bring peace to the world, I came to bring the sword. To turn husband against wife and mother against child. Yeah, you are free. I don't get upset about it, Lisa. I tell you, I enjoy you in the chat, but I don't think other women are feeling particularly insulted by what I'm saying. They're probably feeling entertained. I like everybody in here. Lurker and I have gone at it sometimes. Hell, I thought Lurker was going to rip my head off at the neck. Shit, I love it when Lurker's in here. You know why? Because she can swing a punch. And I like that. So it's like when she brought up about this guy that was said these people should be euthanized or something. I'm like, yeah, I want to see that. She's like, you know what? I'm going to send that to you. That advances discussions. I like that. It's like she said, I'm going to send that to you. I thought that's great. Because usually I'll tell people to support what they say. Women have been a great upset of society today, Lurker, and we see that there's no way to deny it in our family and law courts. It's a big reason that marriage is declining. I mean, how can we say otherwise except to look objectively at the facts and say, yeah, this has been a lot of the undermining of what's going on in society. This tremendous shifting of gender roles. I don't say it's right or wrong. I just say look at our country today and then draw your own conclusions. Yeah, I want to watch the... yeah, I love it. The Aces game. Oh, we got old cars in here. Holy crap. But if you touch a nerve with some people, then it always comes back to that you're a hater. No, I'm an observer of facts. Is our society better off for it? And the answer is a clear and solid no. We have generations of children that are lost. 1/4 women on antidepressants, antipsychotics. Is this normal? If you care, you open your mouth and you speak up. You get people thinking a little bit. I mean, we always know men are crappy. I mean, that's not new news. Women are the pillar of civilization. Once that goes, it's all over. No parking in that one. Damn, these people are here. Yeah, we have a very feminist culture today. Every great man is a vicious mother-in-law. Man, that's beautiful. There's not enough cars there to even care about looking at. But women do great things. But you have to look at the last 60 years and have some recognition of the cost that all of this has taken on society as a whole. And we all go down the tube together. Maxwell Smart is pretty damn funny. But the beautiful thing is we don't have to worry about it much longer, because the cost of supporting the current paradigm is so much that it's just going to collapse by its own weight now. It'll flip from intellectual barbarianism to physical barbarianism, where might once again makes right in society. And all this stuff isn't going to matter much longer anyway. It's all a talking point now. Mother-in-law, do-do-do-do-do, mother-in-law. That's why we like a man to hug and kiss, because she gives the beat down. Mother-in-law. Oh, I don't know. You better look at young women today, lurker. Whoa. You might be walking that one back. Hello, Federal. That's a nice scene right there. Dog walking 101, yes. I am only here to love, and we love you, Amanda. Hug and kiss. I am a model of being a slob. Civilization teaches us that you always have a reversion to the mean. You always have a time in history where might makes right. It's only a matter of how long it takes to get there again. Barbara Stanwyck. Da 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 Big Valley. Do 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 do. Starring Miss Barbara Stanwyck. Dude, she was a hell of an actress. She was a hell of an actress, man. fell out of a tackle box. We're heading home to eat. Yeah, I just think yeah, I mean, you got to spend some time in the young people section of YouTube to really get an idea. Whoa! This light is so short. Of course you're invited, Callie. You and Corky can date in real life with him. Yeah, she was. I like Barbara Stanwyck. She was a strong. You're welcome. These people just cut right in front of you. The Big Valley, I like that. She ruled with an iron fist. Then you would know that young women are very angry, Lurker. Man, I don't like the Vikings. I would tell everybody, go look at young people YouTube video shorts and tell me who's angry these days. I'll just throw that out to all of you. That's your homework assignment. Come back tomorrow. Because men don't vent their emotions on YouTube. They keep it inside. It's the young women that are out there venting on social media. Yeah, I don't follow the Vikings at all. They're another one of those teams that just calculated to be a heartbreaker. I don't know if Shimei is here. Sorry about the Steelers today. That was tough at Shimei, yeah, that was tough at Pittsburgh today, hon. Your boys lost today to the dreaded Seattle Seahawks. I thought about you. Wow, look at all that overflow parking over there now. This guy finally figured out he could make money too at the Matote. Wow. Wow, we talk about a festival. I don't know, is it a festival today? Is it something we're missing? I wonder why this ambulance would click its lights off. I don't know. I don't know. Not good today. Yeah, the Steelers. They'll be playing the Ravens soon enough. Shimei, we'll have our usual smash mouth football with the most intense rivalry in the NFL. Two teams that absolutely can't stand each other. Two cities that can't stand each other. That's what makes a good rivalry. Well, we've already talked about San Diego, haven't we? We've already peeled that onion, Kelly. We'll know tomorrow. We'll know tomorrow, but I think Kelly was impressed with the Ravens today. They didn't even have to run Henry. They had their wide receivers out there running amok. And their defense finally showed up. They were running amok. I love college football. But the Eagles are a solid team. They're gonna be hard pressed to repeat. Just like Kansas City is going to be very hard pressed to get back in the winner's circle. I'm afraid Travis Kelce his head's not really in the game anymore, and I think that Super Bowl was good. I really like what's his name, the quarterback. I like him a lot. And I think Mahomes has lost his step. I think he got shattered by the Super Bowl last year. He was so used to just walking over teams that when the Eagles had him on his ass the whole game, it was something that he was unaccustomed to. But we'll see. I could be dead wrong. Yeah, that's good, Alan Chantry. I hope he's stronger than Brock Purdy for being able to stand up. And Brock Purdy is too injury prone. I hate to say that. But no, I'm not counting the Chiefs out. Lurker, for sure, I'm not counting them out, hon. But I'm just saying I'm a realist about after the Super Bowl. They figured out the playbook for the Chiefs. And they just murdered them in that Super Bowl. And Travis Kelce's all about Taylor Swift and all that. It's not a good thing. Yeah, they lost bad. The Eagles let up in the fourth quarter and allowed the Chiefs to get a few points on the board. But they're a good team. There's no doubt they're going to be in the playoffs. No doubt at all. Yeah, it's too early. You're going to have injuries, all that crap. It's all going to be part of the show. I'm just saying it's not going to be the team it was last year. Taylor Swift. They'll be mad at me if I say women are a bad idea in there. Tiger! Tiger! Let's get the feeding out. The feeding frenzy over here. It's going to take a while to put this together. I don't want any traps to come down on any cats or anything. Stand by. You nerve plucking somebody. Right. You nerve plucking somebody. I know some of these women want to take my head off in here. I know that. Amanda Hug and Kiss would love to rattle my brain. Say, oh, you're so basic. You're so basic. I know. Get rid of this. You're so basic. Do 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 do. I'm gonna wash this out. I don't like the look of this. good I am to the cats. Marcia, their bowl. Oh, Rosie, you are so fine. So fine. Let's see what's on the menu tonight. Ooh, hearty, meaty pate. Ooh. A crowd pleaser. Travis Kelsey's got something on his mind. Yeah, thumbs up are appreciated. See the way, I always have 3 cans tonight. I start with 2 and then we got a second wave that comes through. I don't like to hear any complaining. I don't like to hear any complaining. Look at the cats can't wait to get in there. I don't want any of this George used to get on me. Yeah. Ooh, where's the can? Boy, it's getting dark early now. Oh, what a feast. We have variety here. We have big variety. Down, 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 up, down, down, off the table. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Off the table. Big salute. Out, out. Out, you pixie. How about we let the regular, you always get too much. You too. Oh, you co-garden all the food. Yo, I got to keep law and order around here. You're the second shift. You eat all day long here. You get the morning feed too. Out. Oh. You let the little cats in there, and then they lay down in there and go to sleep. All right, go ahead. I give up. You guys are impossible. Oh, it's impossible. Yeah, it's a feral rescue. It's just impossible. Tell the ocean not to roar, it's just impossible. Tell hug and kiss not to snore, it's just travel each and every highway and more, much more than this. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not his sack. Do 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 do, la da da dee, la da da do. I cut it up and spit it out. The record shows I took the blow and did it on red. Look like no Rosie tonight. I'm not. No, there it is. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oh, wow. Just as I spoke too soon. All right, let's get the side chat on. And everybody's good and worked up. Ooh, the wind, it's cold tonight. All right, what a beautiful picture that is. We're on Windows XP. Ring, ring. Bum 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 dun dun. Rip your sack off today. Do 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 do. All right, let's look at some NFL scores real quick. Let's see. We got the Falcons 12, the Vikings 6, and the Eagles 20 to. Oh, the Eagles beat the Chiefs today. So, wow, the Chiefs are 0-2. I don't think they've had an 0-2 start for a few years. Cardinals 27, Panthers, I don't know. Colts just eked by the Broncos. That was a good game. Colts are a really good team. You don't hear a lot of people talking about the Colts. Let's see what else we got. Packers beat the Seahawks beat the Steelers. Bills beat the Jets. Bengalis beat the Jaguars. Ravens beat the Browns. Patriots beat the Dolphins. Rams beat the Titans. 49ers, good win today. Lions beat the Bears. All right, that's the update. Let's get on the side chat here. See, I gotta wait till the little cats get fueled up now, and then I have to put more food in. Because the little cats are at the baby early feed. Don't put your claws into me. Thank you. Oh, man. Let's see. Choo Choo Charlie once upon a time there was an engineer. Choo Choo Charlie was his name we hear. Let's see, women. Wow, Corky, that's pretty long. Thank you, Buttercup baby. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Chiefs, Mahomes, 3 kids, and Kelsey engaged. 1587, opening their month. Are we talking about medieval history, Patty, or what are we talking about? Oh, man. Yeah, that's fine, Buttercup baby. I appreciate that. Anybody that said something that should be lambasted. That's insensitive shit right there. I know, Ned, it's amazing in here. Yeah, I know, Patty. It's a bad combination for football. Yeah. I'm good now. Skywalker's in there. He's gonna push Shadow out, but Shadow never misses a beat eating. Never misses a beat. So they're not going to scrap because they get along good. Travis, don't do that. You eat too much. Peanut time for us. Those things are built for one, not two. Yeah, don't tell me about the ocean if you've never seen it. Oh, that's good, Corky. You're the best. Yeah, try to cycle the cats through there. I have to keep an eye on the interlopers. This is going to be good because Tuesday night I'm going to feed the cats in the regular. I'm going to put them in the workshop, the ones that have been fixed. And then that'll leave it for trapping otherwise. So we'll make sure that Magic and the baby cats are here. It's okay, Patty. I could never sell Chimay on the Ravens. She insists on those Pittsburgh Steelers. Those dreaded Steelers. I tried hard. It's going to be really nice to get these Karl Marx's offspring done. That's going to be great. All right, Shadow's going to take a dump. Yeah, I didn't. At least I didn't show it on camera. Okay, here's magic. Man, what a beautiful tonight. Breezy. Comfortable. Hey, Magic. Magic's like, I just came for a little bit of love. She's supposed to bring another trap tomorrow. Supposed to bring another trap. Tiger's waiting his turn. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a long commitment. It also has to make sure I'm smarter than the cats, which is no slam dunk. I have to try to be strategic. A lot of work. I always make sure everybody has a good feed. But it's so much better now than open feeding. Like I haven't seen the black cat in a long time. That's been a joy. Magic's looking, there better be food for me in there. They're all behaving pretty well. I'm surprised Rosie doesn't, it kind of hangs at the perimeter. Tiger's a little reticent to go into the cage still. He's like, I already went on this trip 2 times. Yeah, it comes out okay, but you're kind of wondering along what it's going to be. That's what we would like to get Magic right there. Simba's turning into the real mean one now. Oh man. Yeah, last night was really bad. They were really at each other. But tonight they're a lot cooler. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Oh, that's beautiful, Judy. Man, to see that ferry going over to the islands there, one of my most cinematic little features. Cinematic anacordas. Good night, Alan. Yeah, everybody's real calm tonight. I keep things pretty chill out here. Sometimes I have to shush a cat away. But I have to make sure the regular cats eat. Right? And then we got Hanson Skywalker. Who can't be anything but handsome. He can't help it being the Burt Lancaster of the cats. Yes. Very barrel chested. Ooh. Boy, he likes to put those murder mittens into me. Wow. I think we stand there. One was all freaking. All right, did that let Tiger go in there, or we're back for a second round? Holy smokes. Oh, it's beautiful. Shannon's family had a home up there. It was a spectacular home. They designed it themselves and had it built. Beautiful, right overlooking the water. Really nice. Please hit the thumbs up if you haven't done so. We're almost to 100. Yeah, they're Ashkenazi, Dr. Frankenstein. Oh, don't draw those murder mitts in me. Yeah, there we go. That's beautiful. So I'm maintaining law and order. So we don't have all the craziness that we had last night. Be in here for a while. You're on timeout for a bit. Let the other cats eat. Phew. Oh, wow. No, sorry to hear that, Shelley. Yeah, it's a beautiful place. Yeah, I love going down to the ferry boat pier and watching the boats pull away. It was beautiful. Oh shit. Magic, why don't you go eat over there? Huh? Magic really doesn't like Skywalker. Really doesn't like Skywalker. Zoroastrianism. There goes, all right, we've got Magic in there eating, that's good. Yeah, it's going really good tonight. Really going good tonight. Tiger's a little skittish about going in because he remembers his member berries are up. He's like, I've been in that cage ride 2 times now. It should be easy to get those little cats. I'll have to set the sensitivity of the trap. Old Simba's really low on order now. Ooh, man. All right, guys. Well, I guess that's going to do it for me tonight. I think we're go up a few more minutes. I think we're close to 4 hours. It's 4, 5, yeah, we should be close to 4 hours. Another fun stream tonight. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we get a little hot under the collar, but we all stick together. La Familia. I remember throwing shit at my sister and brothers and knockdown, drag out fights. Yeah, if you haven't hit the thumbs up button, please take a second to do so. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you for Shimei for everything you do, for putting up with all of my antics and everything. I really appreciate it. Top flight, two very great people. And I am super appreciative about that. Good night, Amanda, hug and kiss, Jerry, everybody else. Thank you so much, Elmer, Lisa. Thank you, Linda, Judy. I really appreciate you guys. Sometimes we might not get along, but we always come back together again. Good night, Maxwell Smart. Good night, Dr. Frankenstein. Good night, everyone.